Hello there, seeker of silence. Come take a seat by the low-burning fire, where the embers glow just enough to hold the dark at bay. The night beyond these walls stretches long and wind-worn, and somewhere far off, a gate creaks in the cold. If these quiet stories bring you peace, feel free to subscribe, so that whenever another tale is told beside the fire, you may find your way back again. Now then, let us begin. There was a time not so long ago when the northern fortresses still answered to the Arcane Network. Their towers stood against the sky like broken teeth, worn by frost and forgotten vows. Few traveled those roads willingly, and fewer still returned with stories worth telling. But I did. My name matters little now. Once I carried a seal etched in silver, proof that I served among the Watchers, the quiet hands behind louder wars. We were not soldiers, not quite. We listened. We slipped between shadows, and when needed, we walked roads no map would claim. The first of the northern assignments came during a winter that refused to end. Snow lay deep across the passes, swallowing the old trails, reshaping the land into something uncertain. I was sent to the fortress of Vhaldr Keep, a place half lost to rumor and half claimed by the cold itself. The journey took 9 days. On the third, I encountered the first traveler. He sat beside a ruined milestone, wrapped in a cloak too thin for the season, humming to himself as though the wind were a companion. His beard was white with frost, yet his eyes carried a brightness that did not belong to the dying. "Heading north," he said without greeting. It was not a question. I gave a small nod and adjusted the strap of my satchel. My breath rose in faint clouds between us. "Then you'll want to mind the bridges," he added, tapping the stone beside him. "Some of them remember things." I might have asked what he meant, but he had already returned to his humming, as though the exchange had reached its natural end. So I continued on. By the 5th day, the forest began to thin, giving way to long stretches of frozen ground where the wind had free passage. It sang in low tones across the land, weaving between broken pillars and half-buried walls, remnants of something older than the network, older perhaps than memory itself. That was where I found the second sign, a lantern hanging from a crooked iron post. It burned with a steady flame, untouched by the wind. No tracks led to it, no footprints circled its base. Yet it had not been there when I passed that way on the previous day. I stood beneath it for a time, watching the way its light bent against the frost-laden air. There was a faint scent to it, something like old parchment and cedar wood. Not a trap, I decided, or not the kind meant to spring. I left it where it hung, though I marked its position carefully in my notes. Such things mattered in those days. By the 7th day, the land began to rise. Low hills, then sharper ridges, until at last the path narrowed into a winding ascent carved into the stone itself. The wind grew stronger there, carrying with it the distant echo of something hollow. It was not until dusk that I saw the fortress. Vhaldr Keep stood upon a jagged outcrop, its outer walls fractured but still standing. The gate hung open, one side twisted inward, as though it had yielded not to force but to time. No banners flew, no lights marked its presence. And yet, as I approached, I felt it, the faint awareness that I was not the only one drawing near. The path curved once more before reaching the gate, and in that turn I saw her, a figure cloaked in deep blue, standing just beyond the threshold. She did not move as I approached, did not speak, only watched. When I came within a few paces, she inclined her head slightly, as though acknowledging something already decided. "You are late," she said. Her voice was calm, steady against the restless wind. "I was not given a time," I replied. A faint smile touched her lips, though it did not reach her eyes. "They never give a time," she said, "and yet They expect you to arrive before it passes. She turned then, stepping through the broken gate without waiting to see if I followed. I did. Inside, the courtyard lay buried beneath layers of frost and fallen stone. The outlines of old paths were barely visible, winding between collapsed towers and silent archways. And there, in the center, stood another lantern. This one burned brighter, steadier, as though it had been waiting. "This place," she said, her voice echoing faintly against the stone, "is not as empty as it appears." I glanced toward the surrounding walls, where shadows gathered in the cracks between ruined masonry. I had assumed as much. She stopped beside the lantern, her gloved hand hovering just above its flame. "They've begun to return," she said. "Who?" Her gaze lifted to meet mine. "The ones who remember what this place was for." The wind shifted then, slipping through the courtyard with a low, drawn-out breath. And somewhere beyond the broken walls, something answered. Not loudly, not clearly, but enough to remind me why the Arcane Network had sent me north. Enough to tell me that this would not be a simple observation. The lantern flickered once, though the air around it had not changed, and the woman beside it smiled, just slightly. "We should not linger here," she said. "Night has a way of changing the rules." She turned again, moving toward a narrow passage carved into the inner wall. I followed, the sound of my steps muted by the frost. Behind us, the courtyard grew still once more, but the lantern remained, burning, watching, as though marking the beginning of something that had been waiting, far longer than either of us had known. The passage she led me through narrowed quickly, its stone walls closing in as though the fortress itself had grown tired of holding open space. Our steps echoed in uneven rhythm, softened only by the frost that clung to the floor. Here and there, the remnants of old carvings lined the walls, sigils worn thin, their meanings nearly erased by time. I recognized a few fragments of warding patterns once used by the network in its earliest years. They had not been refreshed. That alone told me much. The woman ahead of me moved with familiarity, her hand brushing lightly against the stone as she walked, as though counting steps that no longer needed counting. "You've been here before," I said. "Many times," she replied without turning, "though not all of them in the same way." Her answer lingered in the air behind her, but I did not press it. In places like this, questions often carried more weight than answers. The corridor bent slightly, then opened into a low chamber. A long table stood at its center, its surface coated in a thin layer of frost. Maps lay scattered across it, their edges curled, ink faded but not entirely lost. A single lantern rested near the far end, its flame dimmer than the one in the courtyard, yet steady. She moved toward it, adjusting the wick with careful precision. The light strengthened, stretching across the room, revealing more of what had been left behind. Scroll cases stacked unevenly against the walls, a broken chair half collapsed beside the table, and in the far corner a rack of weapons, old but not abandoned. Their blades had been cleaned recently, their edges maintained. "Someone still tends this place," I said. She gave a small nod. "Not in the way you might expect." I stepped closer to the table, brushing aside a layer of frost to reveal one of the maps beneath. The lines were familiar, routes through the northern passes, marked with symbols that indicated safe crossings, supply caches, hidden watch points. Except, several of the markings had been altered. Small changes, subtle enough to miss at a glance, but deliberate. "These routes," I said, tracing one of the altered paths with a gloved finger. "They've shifted." "They always do," she replied. "The land remembers what it wants and forgets the rest." Her gaze lingered on the map for a moment longer before she turned away, moving toward a narrow doorway at the back of the chamber. "Come," she said. "There's something you should see before the hour grows too late." I followed, though I could not say what urged me more, curiosity or the quiet sense that whatever lay ahead had already begun to unfold. The doorway led into a spiral stair, its steps worn smooth by years of passage. We descended in silence, the air growing cooler with each turn. Somewhere above us, the wind found its way through the cracks of the fortress, carrying with it a distant, hollow tone. It threaded through the stairwell like a voice half-formed, never quite resolving into something clear. By the time we reached the bottom, the sound had faded. The chamber below was different. Where the upper rooms bore the marks of abandonment, this space felt held. The walls were intact, their stone unmarred by time. A series of narrow alcoves lined the perimeter, each one housing a small object, a book, a vial, a fragment of something once whole. And at the center of the room stood a circular platform, etched with patterns that pulsed faintly in the lantern light. I paused at its edge. "This is network work," I said. "Older," she replied. I glanced at her. She had removed her hood now, revealing dark hair pulled loosely back, strands escaping where the wind had caught them earlier. Her expression remained composed, though there was something beneath it, a quiet watchfulness that did not ease. "This place," she continued, stepping onto the platform, "was one of the first nodes, before the network took its current shape, before the fortresses were left to stand on their own." She knelt, brushing her fingers across the etched patterns. "They used to connect," she said, "not by roads or signals, but by something deeper." The patterns flickered slightly beneath her touch, responding in a way that felt less like activation and more like recognition. I stepped closer, careful not to disturb the surface. "And now?" I asked. Her hand stilled. "Now they wake when they shouldn't." The words settled heavily between us. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then, from somewhere beyond the walls of the chamber, there came a sound. Faint. Measured. A series of soft impacts, spaced evenly apart. Footsteps. Not hurried, not concealed. Simply approaching. The woman rose slowly, her gaze shifting toward the narrow corridor that led back to the stair. "You were not the only one sent north," she said. I adjusted my stance, my hand resting lightly against the hilt at my side. "That would have been useful to know earlier." A trace of that same faint smile returned. "They rarely share what they should." The footsteps grew closer. Still steady, still unhurried. And as they reached the threshold of the chamber, a figure appeared, tall, wrapped in a travel-worn cloak, its surface dusted with frost. He paused just inside the doorway, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on us. For a moment no one spoke. Then he inclined his head, a gesture neither formal nor casual, but something in between. "I had hoped," he said, his voice low and even, "that I would not arrive too late." The woman beside me exhaled softly, though her posture did not relax. "That depends," she replied, "on what you've brought with you." His gaze shifted briefly to the platform, to the faint glow of its patterns. Then back to her. "Not what," he said, "who?" The air in the chamber seemed to still, as though the fortress itself had turned its attention inward. And somewhere, far above us, the wind changed its course, carrying with it a sound that had not been there before. A low, distant resonance, like something stirring beneath stone long left undisturbed. The word lingered. Who? It settled into the chamber with a weight that neither of us tried to move. The man stepped further inside, brushing a trace of frost from his cloak. Beneath it, his attire bore the marks of long travel, leather worn pale at the seams, metal fittings dulled by wind and cold. His boots carried the dust of the upper paths, though I had not seen him pass through the courtyard. That too, I noted. You took a different road, I said. He glanced at me briefly. One that still remembers how to be found. His voice carried no edge, no challenge, only a quiet certainty, as though the statement required no further explanation. The woman beside the platform studied him for a moment, then gave a small measured nod. Then you've seen it, she said. I have, he replied. He stepped closer, stopping just short of the etched circle. The faint glow beneath our feet seemed to respond again, shifting in subtle patterns that I could not fully follow. And? She asked. A pause. He lowered his gaze slightly, as though considering how best to shape the answer. It moves, he said at last. Not in the way it once did, slower, but with purpose. The woman's hand tightened just slightly at her side. That should not be possible. It rarely is, he said. For a time, the three of us stood there, the quiet between us filled only by the faint pulse of the platform and the distant murmur of the fortress above. I broke it. You said you brought someone, I said. Where are they? The man's expression shifted, though only by a fraction. Not here, he answered. Not yet. I felt the weight of that answer more than the words themselves. Explain. He inclined his head again, as though acknowledging the request without urgency. The roads north are not empty, he said. You've seen that much already. But there are paths beneath them, older ways, shaped before the network laid its marks. My thoughts drifted briefly to the lantern I had found, hanging alone in the open frost. And you used one of these paths, I said. Yes. To bring... who? His gaze lifted, meeting mine fully now. A listener, he said. The word felt strange, placed in that context. Not a scout? I asked. Not a messenger? He shook his head. Neither. Someone who can hear what these places are trying to say. The woman exhaled, her attention returning to the platform beneath us. That is a dangerous kind of hearing, she said. More dangerous to ignore it, he replied. Another pause followed, though this one felt different, less uncertain, more settled, as though the shape of what lay ahead had already begun to form. I turned slightly, letting my gaze drift toward the alcoves that lined the chamber walls. Each object within them seemed to carry its own quiet presence, as though waiting for something to call it back into use. This fortress, I said, it was not meant to stand alone. No, the woman replied. It was one voice among many. And now the others are beginning to answer, she finished. The faint resonance beneath the stone shifted again, just slightly. It was not a sound, not exactly. More a pressure, like the memory of a tone that had once filled the space more fully. The man stepped onto the edge of the platform, his weight careful, deliberate. It is not only Vhaldr, he said. There are others, further east, and one beyond the ridge to the west. The woman's gaze sharpened. That one was sealed. It was, he agreed. And now? He hesitated, though only briefly. The seal remains, he said, but something beneath it has begun to press outward. The chamber seemed to grow still once more. I shifted my stance, my thoughts turning over the implications. If these nodes are waking, I said, then the network will want them secured, stabilized if possible. They will, the woman said. And you think that can be done? Her expression softened, though not with comfort. I think, she said, that they will try. The man stepped back from the platform, his gaze moving once more toward the corridor. "The listener will arrive before dawn," he said, "if the path holds." "And if it does not?" I asked. He met my gaze again. "Then we will know soon enough." A faint movement stirred in the alcoves along the wall. Not a shift of the objects themselves, but something subtler, a change in the way the light touched them, as though the lantern's glow had adjusted to reveal more than it had before. The woman noticed it as well. "They're responding," she said. "To what?" I asked. She did not answer immediately. Instead, she stepped closer to one of the alcoves, reaching out to touch the spine of an old, leather-bound book. The moment her fingers made contact, the faint glow of the platform deepened, its patterns growing slightly more defined. "To presence," she said at last. "To alignment." The man nodded. "Then it has begun." The words settled into place with a quiet finality. For a moment, none of us moved. Then from somewhere above, far above, beyond the winding stair and the broken courtyard, there came a distant sound. Not the wind, not the shifting of stone. Something else. A low, drawn-out note, like the echo of a horn carried across a great distance. It did not repeat. It did not need to. The woman's hand withdrew from the book, her gaze lifting toward the ceiling, though there was nothing to see. "They've reached the outer paths," she said. The man turned toward the corridor, his posture already shifting toward motion. "Then we should not remain below," he said. I glanced once more at the platform, at the faint, steady glow that pulsed beneath its surface. It felt aware. Not watching exactly, but waiting. "For what?" I asked, though I was no longer certain I expected an answer. The woman stepped back, her expression once again composed, though her eyes held that same quiet watchfulness. "For someone," she said, and with that, she turned toward the stair. The man followed. I lingered only a moment longer, letting my gaze trace the edges of the chamber, committing its details to memory. Then I stepped away from the platform, and together we began the slow ascent, back toward a fortress that no longer felt as still as it had when I first arrived. The climb back through the spiral stair felt longer than the descent, not because of the distance, but because of what followed us upward. The air carried a subtle change now, as though the fortress had begun to breathe again after a long stillness. Each step echoed more clearly, the frost beneath our boots thinning where it had once clung thickest. Ahead, the woman moved with steady purpose, her pace unhurried but certain. The man followed just behind her, his attention divided between the path before us and something beyond it, something only he seemed to track. I brought up the rear, listening. Not for footsteps this time, but for the absence of them. There is a difference in such places between emptiness and something choosing not to be heard. When we reached the upper passage, the wind found us again, threading its way through the cracks in the stone. It carried with it a faint scent of iron and snow, sharper than before. We emerged into the chamber with the long table. The lantern there burned a little brighter now. No one had touched it. The woman paused only briefly, her gaze sweeping across the maps as though checking for changes. "Still holding," she said. "For now," the man replied. I stepped closer to the table, my eyes scanning the altered roots once more. The ink seemed darker than it had before, the lines more defined, as if something had traced over them in our absence. "Did you see this?" I asked. The woman moved beside me, her brow tightening just slightly. "It wasn't like that earlier." The man joined us, his gaze settling on the same section of the map. "They're refining the paths," he said. "Who?" I asked again. This time he did not answer immediately. Instead, he reached out and placed his hand lightly on the table's edge. The frost beneath his fingers receded, not melting, but drawing back, as though making space. "The ones who remember," he said at last. The same phrase as before, but now it carried more weight. A faint sound drifted through the chamber, not from above, not from the stair, from the walls themselves. A soft, almost imperceptible shifting, like stone adjusting against stone. The woman straightened. "They're closer," the man nodded. "They've crossed the outer threshold." I glanced toward the doorway leading back to the courtyard. "We should move." She agreed with a small tilt of her head, already turning toward the exit. The passage beyond felt narrower than before, though I knew it had not changed. The walls seemed to lean inward, the shadows gathering more thickly in the corners where the lantern light did not reach. As we stepped into the courtyard, the wind met us fully once more. But it was no longer alone. A low murmur threaded through it, faint but distinct, like voices carried across a great distance, too far to make out words, yet too close to ignore. The lantern at the center of the courtyard burned brighter now. Its flame stood tall, unwavering, casting long lines of light across the frost-covered stone. The woman stopped beside it, her gaze lifting toward the broken walls. "They're not hiding anymore," she said. The man stepped past her, moving toward the gate. "No," he replied, "they're arriving." I followed, my eyes adjusting to the shifting light. At first I saw nothing, only the empty stretch beyond the gate, the path winding down through the frost-covered land. Then, slowly, shapes began to take form. Figures, distant yet unmistakable. They moved along the path in measured steps, their outlines blurred by the wind and the falling snow. Not many. A handful, perhaps, but enough. "They don't rush," I said. "They don't need to," the woman replied. We stood there for a moment, watching as the figures drew nearer. Their pace remained steady, their formation loose, as though each walked according to their own rhythm, yet all were guided by the same unseen thread. As they reached the curve in the path, the same place where I had first seen her, they slowed, not stopping, simply adjusting. The man stepped forward just beyond the gate, his posture open but alert. "They'll want to be acknowledged," he said. "Or?" I asked. "Or they'll decide we're not worth the trouble." The woman moved to stand beside him. "And which do you think it will be?" He considered this for a moment. "That depends," he said, "on what they've come for." The figures continued their approach. Closer now. Close enough that I could begin to make out details. Their cloaks were dark, though not uniform. Each bore subtle differences, patterns woven into the fabric, small markings that caught the light in fleeting ways. Their faces remained obscured, not by hoods, but by something less tangible. A distortion, perhaps, or simply the distance refusing to yield them fully. As they reached the threshold of the fortress, they paused. The wind shifted, circling through the broken gate, carrying with it that same low murmur. For a moment it felt as though the entire structure held its breath. Then one of the figures stepped forward. Only one. The others remained where they were, their presence steady, watchful. The one who advanced moved with a quiet assurance, each step placed with care upon the frost-covered stone. When they reached the gate, they stopped. Not crossing. Not yet. The man inclined his head slightly, mirroring the gesture from before. "You've come far," he said. The figure regarded him in silence for a moment. Then, slowly, they raised a hand. Not in greeting, not in warning, simply acknowledgement. A faint shift passed through the air, subtle enough that it might have gone unnoticed had we not been watching for it. The woman beside me exhaled, though her posture remained unchanged. They recognize the place, she said. And us? I asked. She did not answer. Instead, the figure at the gate lowered their hand and took a single step forward, crossing the threshold. The moment they did, the lantern in the courtyard flickered, just once. The flame bending slightly, as though caught in a current that had not been there before. The figure stopped again, their gaze moving between us. And though I could not see their face, I felt the weight of that gaze settle, not heavy, not threatening, but deliberate. You were expected, the man said. A pause followed. Then, at last, the figure spoke. Their voice was low even, carrying no strain, despite the distance they had traveled. We know, they said. The sound of it seemed to settle into the stone itself, as though the fortress had been waiting to hear it spoken aloud. Behind them, the others remained still, watching, waiting, and somewhere, deep beneath the courtyard, the faint resonance we had felt before stirred once more, not louder, but clearer, as though something within the fortress had begun to listen in return. The figure's voice lingered in the courtyard long after the word had been spoken. We know. It did not echo in the usual way. Instead, it seemed to settle into the stone, into the fractured walls and the worn paths beneath our feet, as though the fortress itself had taken hold of it. The man beside me inclined his head once more, a gesture of acknowledgement rather than deference. Then you understand why we're here, he said. The figure stood just within the threshold, neither advancing further nor retreating. The others remained beyond the gate, their forms steady against the shifting wind. We understand enough, the figure replied. Their tone carried neither urgency nor hesitation. It was simply certain. The woman stepped forward slightly, her gaze fixed on the one who had crossed. And the rest? She asked. A pause followed. The figure turned their head just enough to glance back at the others, then forward again. The rest will unfold, they said. The answer was not satisfying. But in places like this, answers rarely were. The lantern in the courtyard burned steadily once more, its brief flicker already forgotten by its flame. Yet the air had changed. It felt fuller, as though the space between us had been filled with something unseen, something listening as closely as we were. The man took a measured step back, allowing space between himself and the figure. You came with purpose, he said. What is it you seek here? The figure regarded him in stillness. Then slowly they lifted their hand again, this time not as acknowledgement, but as if feeling the air itself. We follow what stirs, they said. The words were simple, but beneath them lay something deeper. The nodes, I said. You felt them wake. The figure turned toward me. For a moment, the distortion that obscured their face shifted, thinning just enough that I could almost make out the shape beneath, not clearly, but enough to suggest that they were watching me as closely as I watched them. Yes, they said. The woman's gaze moved between us, her expression unreadable. They were not meant to awaken without alignment, she said. Nor were they meant to be left untended, the figure replied. The wind passed through the courtyard again, carrying with it that faint murmur from beyond the walls. It no longer sounded distant, it sounded nearer. The others outside the gate had begun to move, not forward, but shifting, adjusting their positions along the path as though responding to something we could not yet see. The man noticed it as well. They're not alone, he said quietly. The figure did not turn. They rarely are. A faint vibration passed through the ground beneath us, subtle but unmistakable. I felt it through the soles of my boots, a low tremor that seemed to rise from deep within the fortress. The woman's hand moved to the hilt at her side, though she did not draw it. "That's new," she said. "No," the figure replied. "It's remembered." The tremor came again, slightly stronger this time. The lantern's flame wavered, though it did not falter. I glanced toward the center of the courtyard, toward the place where the light cast its longest shadows. "They're responding to something below," I said. The man nodded. "The platform." The woman exhaled, her gaze shifting briefly toward the passage that led back inside. "It was already active," she said. "But not like this." The figure lowered their hand, their posture unchanged. "It does not wake alone," they said. The words settled with quiet clarity. The man turned toward the gate, his attention drawn to the figures beyond. "They're watching for it," he said. "For what?" I asked. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he studied the horizon beyond the path, where the land fell away into frost-covered ridges and distant shadow. Then softly he said, "For the one who will answer." The woman's expression tightened, though only slightly. "The listener," she said. The man inclined his head. "If the path holds." A faint sound reached us then. Not from below, not from the wind, from the path itself. Footsteps, lighter than the others, quicker, but not hurried. The figures beyond the gate shifted again, parting slightly as a new shape emerged between them, smaller, wrapped in a cloak that bore none of the markings of the others. They moved with a steady rhythm, their steps sure despite the uneven ground. As they drew closer, the air seemed to adjust around them, the faint murmur carried by the wind softening as though making space. The figure within the courtyard turned at last, their attention shifting toward the approaching form. "They have arrived," they said. The woman stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the newcomer. "So soon," she murmured. The man said nothing, but I could see the tension in his posture held just beneath the surface. The newcomer reached the threshold. They paused there just as the first figure had. For a moment, no one moved. Then slowly, they lifted their head. Their face was not obscured. It was young, not in the way of years alone, but in the way of presence, unmarked by the weight that the others seemed to carry. Their eyes moved across us, taking in each of our faces in turn. When they spoke, their voice was clear, though it held a quiet uncertainty, as though they were listening even as they formed the words. "I heard it," they said. The courtyard seemed to draw inward. The lantern's flame steadied, its light stretching just a little further. The figure beside us inclined their head. "And what did it say?" they asked. The newcomer hesitated, not from doubt, but from the effort of shaping something that did not easily become words. "It doesn't speak like we do," they said. The woman took another step closer. "Then how?" The newcomer's gaze shifted briefly toward the stone beneath their feet, then back to us. "It remembers," they said. The tremor beneath the ground returned. Stronger now, not violent, but insistent. And somewhere deep within the fortress, something answered. Not with a sound, but with a presence that spread outward, touching the walls, the paths, the very air around us. The man exhaled slowly. "It's begun," he said. The figure beside him did not respond. Their attention remained fixed on the newcomer, as though measuring something unseen. The woman's hand lowered from her hilt, though her posture remained alert. "And now?" she asked. The newcomer looked past us, toward the passage that led back inside. Then, softly, they said, "Now it wants us to follow." The wind shifted once more, threading through the broken walls and carrying with it that same low murmur. But now it no longer sounded distant. It sounded close, as though the fortress itself had begun to guide us inward, towards something that had waited far too long to be found. For a moment, No one moved. The newcomer's words seemed to settle into the courtyard like frost upon stone. Light at first, then slowly taking hold. Now it wants us to follow. The lantern's glow stretched faintly across the ground, reaching toward the passage as though in quiet agreement. The woman was the first to turn. Without a word, she stepped away from the center of the courtyard and made for the narrow entry carved into the inner wall. Her pace remained steady, yet there was something in it now, an attentiveness, as if she were listening for something just beyond hearing. The man followed soon after. The figure who had crossed the threshold earlier lingered for a breath longer, their head inclined slightly toward the others, still beyond the gate. Then, without gesture or command, they turned and joined us as well. The remaining figures did not enter. They stayed where they were, their presence held just outside, like watchful markers along the edge of a boundary not meant to be crossed by all. I fell into step beside the newcomer. Up close, there was a stillness to them that did not feel like hesitation. Their gaze moved often, not in distraction, but in careful attention, as though each surface we passed held something worth noting. "Oh, you've never been here," I said. They shook their head. "No, but I've felt it before." Their voice carried a softness not of weakness, but of unfamiliar ground. "In dreams?" I asked. They considered. "Not quite. It was more like standing somewhere and knowing there was another place beneath your feet. Not hidden, just waiting." I nodded. "That's as close as most ever come." They glanced at me briefly. "And you?" "I was sent," I said, "which is not the same thing." A faint curve touched their expression, though it did not linger. "No," they agreed, "it isn't." The passage narrowed as we moved through it, the walls closing in once more. The air grew cooler, though not in the biting way of the outer wind. This cold felt older, steadier. Ahead, the woman had already reached the stair, descending without pause. The man followed close behind her, his steps careful, measured. The figure who had spoken with us earlier moved just behind them, silent once more. We descended together. The spiral seemed deeper this time, each turn carrying us further into the heart of the fortress. The faint resonance we had felt before returned, stronger now, threading through the stone like a distant current. By the time we reached the lower chamber, the air itself felt different, not heavier, but aligned. The platform at the center glowed more clearly now, its etched patterns no longer faint but defined, lines of light tracing paths that shifted slowly, like something mapping itself in real time. The woman stepped onto its edge, her gaze fixed on the changing patterns. "It's stabilizing," she said. "For now," the man replied. The figure beside them moved closer as well, their attention drawn to the same shifting lines. "It recognizes you," they said. The woman glanced at them. "Or it remembers something like me." The newcomer approached more slowly. When they reached the edge of the platform, they paused. For a moment, they did nothing. Then, carefully, they stepped forward. The moment their foot touched the etched surface, the light shifted. Not abruptly, but in a smooth, deliberate motion. The patterns adjusted, their lines bending slightly, as though making space. The resonance beneath us deepened. The newcomer inhaled softly, their gaze unfocused, not lost but turned inward toward something we could not see. "It's clearer here," they said. The man watched them closely. "What does it show you?" They did not answer immediately. Instead, they took another step onto the platform. The light followed. "I see paths," they said at last. "Not roads, not the ones we walked." The woman's posture stilled. "Where do they lead?" The newcomer's expression shifted slightly, as though the answer was forming in pieces. Between, they said, from one place to another, but not always the same places. The figure beside them inclined their head. The old network, they said. The newcomer nodded faintly. But it's not whole, they added. Parts of it are missing or closed. The man stepped closer, though he did not set foot on the platform. Can it be restored? He asked. A pause. The newcomer's gaze moved across the shifting lines, following them as they changed. Not as it was, they said, but, they looked up, it can be remembered differently. The words carried a quiet certainty. The platform responded. The light deepened, the patterns becoming more intricate, more defined. A low hum filled the chamber, not loud, not overwhelming, but present, like a note held just beneath hearing. The walls seemed to respond as well. The objects within the alcoves caught the light differently now, their surfaces reflecting faint glimmers that had not been there before. The woman stepped back slightly, her eyes fixed on the platform. It's a lining through them, she said. The man nodded. Then we were right to bring them. The figure beside him remained still, their attention unwavering. It is not about bringing, they said. It is about answering. The newcomer closed their eyes for a moment, not in strain, but in focus. The light beneath their feet shifted again, the lines extending outward, tracing paths that reached beyond the platform, beyond the chamber itself. The resonance deepened. For a brief moment I felt it, not as a sound, but as a presence, a connection. Faint, distant, yet unmistakable. Other places, other points. Not here, but linked. The newcomer opened their eyes. It's reaching, they said. To the other fortresses, the man said. Yes. The woman exhaled slowly. And what answers? The newcomer hesitated, then quietly, some do. The chamber held that answer in stillness. The light continued its slow movement, the patterns shifting, refining, settling into something that felt less like awakening and more like recognition. The figure beside us stepped forward at last, placing their hand lightly at the edge of the platform. The first step is not to control it, they said. Then what? I asked. They turned slightly, their gaze moving between us. To listen. The words settled into the space between us, simple yet complete. The newcomer's posture relaxed just slightly, their shoulders lowering as though the effort of holding the connection had eased. The light beneath their feet softened, not dimming, but settling. The hum faded into a quieter presence, still there, but no longer pressing outward. The woman stepped closer again, her gaze thoughtful now. It will not hold forever, she said. No, the man agreed. But it may hold long enough. For what? I asked. He looked toward the platform, then back to me. For the others to find their way. The newcomer stepped back from the center, their foot leaving the etched lines. The moment they did, the patterns steadied, no longer shifting as actively. The connection remained, but it no longer reached. The chamber grew still once more. Not empty, but complete for the moment. The woman turned toward the stair. We should return above, she said. See what has changed. The man nodded. The figure beside him stepped back as well, their presence quiet once more. I glanced once more at the platform, at the faint glow that remained. It felt different now. Not waiting, not stirring, simply present. Then I turned and followed the others toward the stair, leaving behind a chamber that no longer felt forgotten, but remembered. The ascent felt lighter. Not because the weight of what we had seen had lessened, but because something beneath it had settled into place. The stair curved upward in steady turns, the stone cool beneath our hands where we brushed against it. The faint resonance that had once pressed from below now lingered at a distance like a tide that had drawn back, leaving its mark behind. No one spoke. There was no need. Each of us carried the same quiet understanding, shaped differently perhaps, but shared all the same. When we reached the upper passage, the air welcomed us with its familiar chill. The wind had not left, but it no longer threaded through the walls with the same restless tone. It had changed, or perhaps it had simply found something else to carry. We passed through the chamber with the long table. The lantern there burned steady, its light warm against the cold stone. The maps lay where we had left them, though their lines had settled now, no longer shifting, no longer deepening. Defined. Held. The woman paused only briefly, her gaze tracing one of the marked routes. "They've chosen their paths," she said. The man inclined his head. "For now." She did not disagree. We moved on. The passage opened into the courtyard, and the night met us once more. The figures beyond the gate remained, unchanged in their number, yet different in presence. They stood not as arrivals, but as something already accounted for, their watchfulness no longer probing, but steady. The one who had first crossed into the fortress stood near the lantern now, their posture relaxed, their attention turned inward toward the space we had left below. They did not look at us as we emerged. They did not need to. The newcomer stepped forward, their gaze drifting across the courtyard, then outward toward the path. "It's quieter," they said. The woman joined them at the center. "Not quiet," she replied. "Just aligned." The word settled into the air, finding its place without resistance. The man walked to the edge of the gate, his eyes tracing the distant ridges where the path disappeared into shadow. "They felt it," he said, "wherever they are." The newcomer nodded faintly. "Some answered," they said again. "Others will take longer." The wind moved through the broken walls, softer now, carrying only the distant trace of its earlier murmur. The lantern's flame bent slightly, then steadied once more. I stepped into the courtyard, my gaze lifting briefly to the fractured towers above. They no longer felt abandoned, worn, yes, weathered, but not empty. The figure beside the lantern turned at last, their obscured gaze settling briefly on each of us. "It holds," they said. "For a time," the woman replied. "That is all that is needed." The man exhaled slowly, his shoulders easing just slightly. "Then we leave it," he said. The figure inclined their head. "You were never meant to stay." A faint smile touched the woman's lips. That has always been the way of it. The newcomer lingered near the center of the courtyard, their attention drawn once more to the passage we had come from. "Will it call again?" they asked. The figure considered this. "It does not call," they said. "It remembers." The newcomer seemed to accept this, though their gaze did not fully leave the place. The man turned from the gate, his attention returning to us. "We should move before the paths shift again," he said. The woman nodded. "Yes, while they still remember how to be found." The figures beyond the gate parted once more, their movements subtle, making space without command. Not an invitation, but not a barrier either. The path beyond lay open. I took a final look at the courtyard. The lantern, the fractured stone, the quiet presence that now rested beneath it all. There had been a time when such places felt like remnants, fragments of something lost, left behind to fade. But this was not fading. It was waiting, not for us, but for those who would come after. The newcomer stepped forward first, crossing the threshold without hesitation this time. The others followed at a measured pace, their forms blending once more into the rhythm of the path. The man paused briefly beside me. "You'll return," he said. It was not a question. "Perhaps," I replied. He gave a small nod, as though that was enough. Then he turned and stepped beyond the gate. The woman followed last, her gaze lingering for just a moment longer on the lantern at the center of the courtyard. Then she, too, was gone. I remained for a time, not long, just enough to feel the place settle fully into its new shape. The wind moved softly through the broken walls, no longer carrying voices, only the distant trace of the open land beyond. The lantern burned, steady, unwavering. And beneath it, far below the stone and the frost, the faint presence remained, not reaching, not stirring, simply present. When at last I turned away, the path felt clear beneath my feet, not marked, not guided, but known. And as I stepped beyond the gate, leaving the fortress behind, the night stretched out before me, not empty, but filled with quiet roads, waiting to be walked by those who knew how to listen.